celebrating the 250th year here in the United States and having veterans here. If you're a first responder, police department, fireman, can you please rise and stand with our vets? Vets rise, please do. Thank all of you for supporting us in the middle of the night when we need you. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise here. Gentlemen, take off your hats. We salute this great nation here tonight. We're going to sing the national anthem here tonight for us. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early night what so proudly we at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Beautiful job. Tim O'Grady, let's give him a round of applause one more time. Well, who here is ready to go truck and tractor pulling? Oh, come on, are you people sleeping? Let's try this again. Who here is ready to go truck and tractor pulling? That's better. Awesome. Well, we're going to start out with the light limited super stocks here tonight. Carl Mickelson with the hard target is hooked up to the iron anchor, and he's ready to go to work as he gets the old head sock on, the brain bucket, and he's ready to go. We'd like to thank the good folks at Hennessy Implement out of Dodgeville and Monroe, Kwame Insurance out of Columbus, Nutrien out of Janesville, Lemke Motorsports out of Helenville, Wisconsin, Ritchie Implement out of Cobb, Barneville, Darlington, and Lancaster, Hoganics out of Westchester, PA, Salama Equipment out of Hillsboro, Budweiser out of Sun Prairie, Rank Seed, Sussex Machine Company out of Waterloo, Didion Milling out of Cambria, Mosher & Associates Insurance Services out of Monroe, Gallett's Grading out of Jefferson, Wisconsin, Compeer Financial, Insight FS, Wisconsin Custom Operators out of DeForest, K&M Sales and Service out of Hancock, Wisconsin, and they let us use their 2026 Ranger XP North Star Edition for all of our Badger State activities with all our signs and help out with the track officials. Light limited super stock weighing in at 6,200 and 6,500 pounds. We got Elke and Diesel Mix. Carl Mickelson coming out here with the Ford, the hard target. He is on alcohol. To get that thing running good and finally getting her dialed in. So we'll find out trackside if he's going to keep that hook and if they're going to keep the sled setting. .335.52 335.52 for Carl. Sled set, and he's going to keep the hook. Up next, going to be Just for Fun, Josh Wacholtz from Oshkosh, Wisconsin. He's been working to get that thing running good and finally getting her dialed in. Okay, if you have a black Denali with license plate, Wisconsin plate EF5285, we need you to pull your truck ahead, please. It is in the way.
This guy
pull it to the curb.
He needs.
Okay, so also, if you have a red Chevy with a black tailgate on it, a license plate LM6345, you're parked right in the roadway up here, and they're informing me if you don't move, they're going to move your truck for you. So please move that for us right away. So the light limited class kind of goes as such. If you run 310 cubic inch, you can run 2 turbochargers on them. If you run the 370 alcohol cubic inch, you can run 1 charger on them. And if you're a diesel, you can be 410 with 1 charger on it, 3x4 charger on it. It's kind of a mix that we started here a few years back because there are a lot of alcohol tractors kind of gaining ground in a couple organizations and decided they really wanted to come pull at Badger State, and so we kind of went through the rules and kind of worked with them and got it figured out with the diesel guys to get it all lined up. So now it's very, very competitive. So you never know if it's a diesel going to win it or alcohol going to win it. They're very close. Here we go. He's got the chain tight. Just for Fun, Josh Wacholtz out of Oshkosh. Well, if we're playing baseball, that'd be a home run. That's what that would be. He's out there a long ways. .86. Tightening it up. So our officials are like, we're getting out of hand here. We're going to tighten things up a little bit, keep them in a little bit. So 383's out there quite a ways. They want to keep everybody in on the good part of the track. So we're going to tighten up the old iron anchor and let them have at it again. Jason Stevens behind the wheel of the iron anchor. I believe he's the new owner-operator of the iron anchor. Lukey's Tubes and Hoses on the side of it. All right, so that'll bring up Kenny Tober out of Darien with his Deutz Corrupted, and he will be the new test puller in light limited class. Little sled adjustment for the iron anchor, and we'll be ready to go again. So Josh Wackholz have to go back, get it cooled off. Carl Mickelson, he'll have to add a little more alcohol to his, get it cooled down. Officials waiting for the last couple adjustments, and we'll be underway. The band getting set up over here tonight. They always got good bands here down at Shopiere. Every year got good music down here, so they'll be striking up the music when we're done. Here we go, Kenny Tober, Corrupted. That is a head gasket. That's the noise you heard. As soon as he got boost built to that, let it out, that was the head gasket. The Deutzes are air-cooled motors, and you put too much to them, and they'll do that. That is a tough break. So close to home for him, too. So close to home. Let's give him a round of applause. Kenny Tober. Yeah, they build so much boost that the Deutzes there once in a while. It'll just lift the head right off the block, and that's what you'll hear. That dark rattle, I guess you could say. And tough break. 104.73, 104.73. Up next will be the double vision of Aaron Kleckler out of Winslow, Illinois. That is a head gasket. That's the noise. Aaron Kleckler, the Oliver, is identical to the one that the Sweet 16 of Kevin Engelking that used to run with us for years. Both tractors looked identical. If they pulled out, you would know the difference. One had the Washington motor in it, and the other one had Perkins power in it. But Aaron been pulling the Badger State quite some time. Past points champion in the class. Always good to see his tractor come out here in the track and run with us. So Kenny Tober was our new test puller, and he won't be able to make it back. So this will be the one here that'll definitely show the distance and the sled setting for us for sure. Okay, here we go. Aaron Kleckler lined up in the center here. We'll see competitors moving around that starting line as we get through the evening, trying out some new ground. Aaron Kleckler out there a good ways. We even got the world famous J.J. Johnson here at the end of the track running laser for us. .95, 346.95 for Aaron Kleckler. Up next, going to be Mark Wittenbach out of Sauk City, Wisconsin, with his New Holland T6070. Mark Wittenbach backing up to the Iron Anchor, getting ready to make his pass here this evening. One thing about Badger State, they kind of share quite a bit. A lot of points championships been spread across a whole bunch of them here. And Mark's had a few of them over the years too, even with his old tractor, Cold Blue. That one, I think that one's still sitting in the old barn. All right, here we go. Mark Wittenbach out of Sauk. .345.32 for Mark Wittenbach. Puts him in the second spot so far. So, folks, we got 50-50 raffle tickets in the beer tent. So if you want a couple of 50-50 raffle tickets, head on over to the beer tent. and they'll be happy to sell them to you, and we'll draw here when about 3 tractors are left here tonight. So also when we're done, the hair band over there is going to be rocking and rolling with some good old rock and roll music here later on. Up next, going to be Rod Wickman out of Leaf River, Illinois, with 7330 John Deere causing conflict. So double vision Aaron Kleckler with the lead at 346 and change thus far. Also like to thank the Morse Group, Shopiere Tap and Shopiere Soda Shop, Jake's Electric, T's Tree Service, River's Edge Saloon and Quarry, New Generation Construction, and Aaron's Land Care for some of the great sponsors that are helping out here for the great Shopiere Pull this weekend. Also want to thank Dayton Bennett Photography, Gilbank Construction, Lupke's Tubes and Hoses, Scott Dare Memorial Open, TIA Transport, Beyond Limestone, Dewey's Towing and Recovery, some of the great people helping out. Here we go, Rod Wickman behind the wheel that causing conflict out of Leaf River, Illinois. That thing a little upset towards the end of that run. And he went way over to the left-hand side there, trying a little bit different line than the other guys. Oh, causing conflict, breathing pretty heavy underneath it there at the end of the run. $329.684, $329.684 for causing conflict. Up next, going to be the Z-Ride out of Potosi. David Zenz with the white. Zenz boys last few years here really come on strong as Steve Zenz won the points championship in 2025. I do believe the scales are ready for the diesel trucks, so diesel trucks to the scales. Z-Ride coming out, another alcohol tractor. So we've seen three diesel tractors. Alcohol tractors, they can also run the 30.5s on them, but they're running 24.5s on the white right now. He gets backed in, they drop the hook and hook up the cable there for the air shut off. All vehicles here today have been all passed through tech inspection of all our officials. They walk through and check all the safety equipment on all the vehicles for every event. All right, the Z-Ride out of Potosi. Gonna be David Zenz behind the wheel. Beautiful looking white. Right down Main Street with that run. Got a good hook. Veered to the left side, a little bit left to center, and finished off right in the center. And a good hook it was. New leader, 361.400. 361 and change. David Zenz. Up next going to be David Runkle out of Kent, Illinois. This 686 International, Earl's Dream. And he's fresh off a win here a couple weeks ago at the benefit pull in Baraboo. We have a big benefit pull every year for UW Children's Hospital. And we something we're very proud of. Every year, we've last couple of years, we've raised over $160,000 for the UW Children's Hospital. There's a room up there named after Badger State tractor pullers. And with last year's donation, within 13 years, we've donated over $1 million thanks to all of our fans. Good moisture in the track. They do a great job here. This is a beautiful facility, beautiful pulling track. And last year, definitely was taking the horsepower out of all the vehicles. And you see it's working them here today again. So Paul Ludy and the whole group here that put this on do a great job. And we want to thank them for having Badger State tractor pullers down here. Right now, David Runkle, Earl Stream, Kent, Illinois. Uh-oh. Stream is not wanting to cooperate tonight. Well, the officials are talking to him down there, so we let everybody get 2 chances to make a measurable distance. So if you shut it down for a 100-foot mark, you get to take another chance at it. So find out if he's going to pull it off and take a look at it and come back. We'll find out here. Okay, so he's going to drop to the bottom and take a look at it. It could be something simple as a clamp on the intake side, or it's not building enough boost. Could be water, could be a lot of things that are changing things up. So we'll take a look at David Runkle here later on down. So Keith Durst out of Richland Center, Wisconsin, is Al Chalmers, the little mule, coming out. Beautiful looking Alice Chalmers. He got this tractor a couple years ago, and he'd been working at it. When he first got it, it was way too heavy, so he had to put it on a big diet. And I don't know, all the GL1, all your other stuff to help you lose weight can help that out at all, but he did a great job getting this thing put back together. Very beautiful looking tractor, and getting it running pretty good too. Another one of our alcohol tractors. Good to have some different color in the class. Keith Durst, the Little Mule, Richland Center. We also want to thank Frank Silla and Sons Excavating, James Churchill and Sons Trucking, L&C Automotive, Mary Gilbank Peterson and Mary Walter, Shore West, Prairie Avenue Sand and Gravel Incorporated, Rockford Electric Motor LLC. Great sponsors for today's event here in Shopiere. He went from center all the way over to the left-hand side and followed that line, drifted back towards the center. .402 for the Little Mule. 341.402. Your leader still a double vision. No, excuse me, the Z-Ride. David Zen's 361 and change. Second so far, the double vision, Aaron Kleckler and Mark Wittenbach sitting in the third spot. Top 3 this far in our light limited super stock class. Up next, going to be the Little Green Giant, the Deutz, out of Monticello, Wisconsin. Larry Hawthorne behind the wheel. The Hawthorne's here, done a total remake of this tractor. It took them about a year to get it all done, but what a beautiful looking Deutz this is now. And Larry, he's only been pulling for 50 years or so only. I don't remember what the total count is now for numbers, but he's been pulling a long time. Here we go, the little green giant, Larry Hawthorne. Laying down a good pass with the Deutz. He carried the front end the whole way when he let the clutch out. This ought to be a good number coming up.
Ready, bud?
Well, he had to go by 361 and change, and he goes 358.86, good for second. But what a pass for the old Deutz. Let's give him a round of applause. He pulls the old helmet off. Nice run for the little green giant. Up next, going to be Steve Zenz, last year's points champion, out of Potosi with his Oliver 1855. His brother, David Zenz, holding the lead at 361 and change currently. So let's see where Steve ends up. These guys here are die-hard pullers, I'll tell you what. Everybody here at Badger State, I mean, they do all they can to make sure that they go to each event. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're all hardcore. Well, these guys here are no fail, that's for sure. They'll go back and do whatever they got to do to get this thing put back together, or the other tractor put back together to make the next event. And if it makes making their own parts or going down the road to their buddy's machine shop, then that's what they'll do. They get the job done. Here we go, Steve Zenz out of Potosi. He hauled it down through there too. Nice straight A to B pass out of Steve Zenz. Also want to thank Johnson Tractor, donating a couple tractors here to help on the track. Ludi Earthworks, LLC, 350.334, 350.334, good for third spot thus far. Now we'll float back to the top, bring Carl Mickelson back out. The hard target tractor, he was our original test puller, and they reset the sled after that. Carl Mickelson coming back out the old Ford. They're the hard target. Carl had a good run, the first run right off the bat. He got her cooled off here, going to make his next pass after we change the sled, so should be two more to go after him, the light limited class. The hard target out of Stoughton, Wisconsin, Carl Mickelson. What he was looking for. Well, we had too much heat in it, but it didn't come up on RPM like it did last time. And most of all these tractors, there's no cooling in them. You know, kind of like your car, the radiator, or your truck. Most everything here doesn't run coolant in it anymore. They make more power without it, and they usually make one run and kind of park them, and they create quite a bit of heat. 303.730, 303.730 for the hard target. Now we should be looking at Josh Wacholtz just for fun, and then David Runkle should round out our light limited super stock class. Josh Wackles, just for fun. He had a beautiful pass the first time around too. So hopefully this thing isn't too hot for him as he makes his run here. Front end had the tires turned the whole way as that tractor kept drifting over to the left-hand side. I couldn't catch if he had his foot on the brake or not, but I'm willing to bet he probably pumped it a couple times so it wouldn't go out. Good run. 356.208. 356.208. Good for third. Currently with one more to go, so see if David Runkle got things ironed out with Earl's Dream. He'll be the last competitor here in the light super stock action, light limited super stock action. We'd also like to thank Stuck Industries, LLC, the DeLong Company, Incorporated, and John's Excavating, some of the great sponsors here for Shopiere. Some great Badger State sponsors for the 2026 season. Hennessy Implement out of Dodgeville, Monroe. Kwame Insurance out of Columbus. Nutrien out of Janesville. Lemke Motorsports out of Helenville. Ritchie Implement out of Cobb, Barneveld, Darlington, and Lancaster. Hoganics out of Westchester, Pennsylvania. Slama Equipment out of Hillsboro. He's getting her fired back up. Let's see what transpires there. Rank Seed, your success is our success. We strive to deliver the latest technology and the highest performing genetics. We also provide you with data you need to make the right decisions for your farm. We've been around since 1846. We wouldn't be where we are today without our strong relationships. At the end of the day, nothing matters more to us than you, our farmers. Rank Seed, your seed company, proud sponsor of the Badger State Tractor Pullers. Let's give him a round of applause. Tough break, not going to make it to the call. David Runkle. He's another hard charger here at Badger State and been around quite some time. And for him not to make it must be something going on there not quite right in Earl's Dream. So we'll get you the rundown here of the class. All right, 11th spot going to be David Runkle with Earl's Dream. Kenny Tober in 10th with Corrupted. 9th going to Carl Mickelson, the hard target. 8th place going to Rod Wickman, causing conflict. 7th going to be Keith Nurse, the little mule. 6th is Mark Wittenbach with the New Holland. The double vision of Eric Kleckler coming in the 5th spot. 4th going to be Steve Zenz with the Oliver 1855. 3rd place, Josh Wackoltz, Just for Fun. 2nd, going to be Larry Hawthorne, Little Green Giant, your winner here tonight in Shopiere. David Zenz, Z-Ride White is your winner. Let's give that class a good round of applause. All right, now we're changing things up on the Iron Anchor. And bring up our 10,000-pound 640 Pro Farm class. So 640 cubic inch. They're on a 3x4 charger on these. 3,000 RPM max. All egg chassis. 20.8 by 38 tires on the back. You run double cut tires if they wish, or single cut. So on the back of the pan, we have a data logger on there, and it plugs into each tractor. And at the end of the evening here, the officials will take and look at it and see the maximum RPM of each tractor. Like I said, max RPM is 3,000 RPM. And they'll look, if it spikes, did it spike when he spun out? Did it spike when he left the line? You know, something like that. Okay, understandable. But during mid-track, that thing should not be over 3,000 RPM. So Gene Larson, going to be our test puller. The binder grinder, John Deere 4450 out of Baraboo, Wisconsin.
It's working.
All right, they're setting the sled, resetting the sled. And we'll be ready to go here in just a second. Dean Larson out of Baraboo. The binder grinder laying down a good pass here for a test hook. Again, we'll find out trackside if he's going to keep that hook or drop and come back. Each driver has the option to drop and come back in the 6th or last spot, depending. .464. 333.464. Up next, out of Winnebago, Illinois, will be Scotty Burkhart with his 1466 tractor called Get Her Done. Sled set, and we are underway in the 640 Pro Farm class. Get Her Done, Scott Burkhart will be up next. The 640s, 10,000 pound, 640 cubic inch. So these guys with a 640 cubic inch make a lot of torque. So the 640 cubic inch, they're probably right around the 1,600 horse range-ish nowadays, probably right around there, but 3,000 RPM, max RPM, so they'll lug right down 2,000, 1,800 RPM at the end of the run. Kind of a lot like our Super Farm. Super Farm 640 cubic inch egg chassis, and they run the 24.5s, but they're unlimited RPM. So those guys there are right around the 1,800 horse range, and they'll come out about 5,000 RPM, and then drag them down about 3,000 RPM. So very similar. Scott Burkhart, been a many-time points champion in this class. So he's got this tractor, his original tractor, also has a 4.1 that he runs. His heart always in this class, so that's for sure. There's Scott Burkhart. Tight green flags, top and bottom. There's Scott Burkhart to Get Her Done out of Winnebago, Illinois. Scooter Burkhart using every last ounce of horsepower. Well, Iron Anchor is going to win no matter what. But a good pass. Oh, we're splitting hairs in this class. That's what we're doing here tonight. 333.464 for the binder grinder. 333.160 for Scott Burkhart. That'll bring up the industrial strength. Out of Pecatonica, Illinois, Jerry Seisha doing the driving. very consistent track here this evening in Shopiere. Have a couple tractors that close. Both good tractors, competitors at the 333 range. And it's amazing how you go from track to track and things are a little bit different everywhere, but once in a while you get to tracks like this that are that good that the competitors, you could throw a blanket over the whole class where they end up. Sometimes even a pillowcase will get you within a distance of the top four. Jerry Sasha doing the driving here tonight of the Industrial Strength John Deere. Jerry Sasha laying it out there with the old Deere. Good pass, very good pass. Be interesting to see how close these guys are here now. Jerry Sasha hauls it out there to a mere 351.320. New leader, Industrial Strength. Really getting a hold of the track here in Shopiere. What a run. You see them pick the front end, just carry it. The end of that run, the torque these 640s got are amazing. Amazing. Up next, Recovering Alcoholic it is. International 1466. Out of Princeton, Wisconsin. And he's not an alcoholic, but here's the story. So Brian Korth is behind the wheel. So if any of you pulling fans around, been to some of the bigger polls across the nation, you've heard his voice across the speakers. This guy here is still the most winningest light super stock winner in the national circuits. Most winningest. Unbelievable. He's quite the wheelman. Well, he's kind of retired from the old alcohol stuff there and got himself a pro farm, and he was kind of hired gun. He was driving for the Chiswick team and a couple other guys and had their own, him and his brother had their own Elkie tractor years ago, heavy alcohol super stock, but he's got himself a nice little hot rod here, 640 Pro Farm, and he's smiling from ear to ear, going to be behind the wheel and do some competitive pulling, so see some good things coming out of this tractor, that's for sure. So Brian Korth behind the wheel, recovering alcoholic. Boy, if you haven't gotten something to eat, you better go over there and get in line. They got some good bratwurst here, good burgers, brats over there in the beer stand. They're selling 50-50 raffle tickets over there, so buy your tickets up. We'll be drawing that really close to the end of the last class here tonight. The brake right in front of the announcer's stand here, 200-foot mark, almost went out. And you see the marker over there is knocked over. The sled hit that marker. So any part of the tractor goes out of bounds across that chalk line, you are disqualified. But he, as far as I can tell, he didn't go out. So we'll find out from our officials if he did or not. And he was on the brake hard, so that definitely took a lot of distance off his run. .550, 335.550. Up next, going to be Borrowed Parts, John Deere 4850 out of Darlington, Wisconsin. Carter Schilling going to be doing the driving. New tractor out with Badger State here. First time I've seen this one out. Borrowed parts. Must have been borrowed parts from a lot of people. Get her put together. Almost looks like he's got 66 series international fenders on it. Got to have fenders according to the rules, so they got them mounted on there. Carter Schilling getting backed in. To the fire went out. So let's give him a round of applause. Getting that thing out, trying to make a measurable pass for us here today. Good job for Carter Schilling. .954 for Carter Schilling. Tractor called Borrowed Parts. Up next, going to be the Blue Venom Ford. Brad Struder will be the next competitor in 640 Pro Farm. We also want to thank Metcalf Healthcare for Shopiere. Brad Struder coming out with the Blue Venom, last year's points champion with the Badger State tractor pullers in this class. Beautiful looking Ford. Your current leader, Jerry Seisha, industrial strength, still sitting out there at 351 and change on our live leaderboard. Follow us online live at polldaylive.com if you're ever interested. We show up our lineups in the classes and also show leaders. The Blue Venom, Brad Struder. Brad Struder doing a good job right down Main Street, right down the center. Nice pass for him. Leading distance, 351 and change. And we'll see what Brad Struder has here. Had to go by 351 and change. That he does. 357.232. The Blue Venom moving the leader flag up one more time here in the 640 Pro Farm class. Up next, going to be one of our lady drivers, Kelly, on the case called Cruising Confusion. And she did an excellent job here a few weeks ago at our UW Children's Hospital poll. And she come out there and had a little trouble right away. We ended up backing her up from the 100-foot mark and letting her have at her again. And she ended up winning the class that night. So she could definitely get the job done. So we're definitely going to have all the ladies cheer loud when she gets hooked up here. So hold on just a couple minutes. We get Kelly Bryant hooked up to the iron anchor. Well, if there's ever a person in the world that loved and knew how to work on Case tractors, and in fact Case pulling tractors, the gentleman backing her in is Carl Kahn. And that guy can definitely put a case tractor together. In helping her out. She's definitely going to get a good. Con for quite some time, and he's got a super farm here tonight, so helping Kelly out. Kelly getting buckled in, get her 5-point harness tight, get the chain tight. Should be ready to go. Here. Let's cheer on, ladies. Let's go. Come on, let's hear it. The Cruising Confusion. Kelly Bryant. She definitely gave her up. Get the distance in for Kelly. .357 and change is your lead thus far. Point 354. That was a Kelly Bryant. One more to go here in the 6-4. Get into the truck class. Ken Mike. One more to go. Round out our pro farms. Ken Mike. It's binder time. Good class. The 640 is up next. Will be the pro stock diesel trucks. Competitor, the Pro Farm class. Well, that was an impressive pass. He was going towards the right-hand side and then brought her back towards the... I don't know if the governor was right at the governor, whatever gear down through there. And we'll get you the distance. And binder time. It's binder time. 0.32. So your rundown for the class. Bound Parts going to be in 8th. Carter Schilling 7th. Going to be Get Her Done. Scott Burkhart 6th place. Going to the binder grinder Gene Larson. 5th. Going to the recovering alcoholic Brian Korth. 4th place, it's binder time. Ken Mike that you just seen run here. 3rd place, going to be Industrial Strength of Jerry Seisha. 2nd place, Cruising Confusion of Kelly Bryant. Your winner here tonight in Shopiere with the Blue Venom Ford, Brad Struder. Let's give him a round of applause. Well, it's truck pulling time, fans. 7,800 pounds, 160 cubic inch, 1 turbocharger underneath the hood. They can run an intercooler and the double cut tires. Here, they'll turn about anywhere between 5,000 and 6,000 RPM. Ryan out of Milton, Wisconsin, your test puller in this class. He's out of Milton, Wisconsin. Sponsored by Rock Diesel. You ever need any engine work, diesel work, transmission work? Yes, Milton. You go see Ryan. He will hook you right up. He's a test puller. You're ready to go. Rock Diesel, Ryan. Wow, that's all I got to say. Wow, that truck is jumping. This track is taking horsepower, and he hooked up right away, right out of the hole. And what happened there is the RPM's up, and the truck started jumping there because of the gear ratio, most likely. And he couldn't quite keep the RPM up as high as he needed to keep the tires spinning. And that's where it started jumping, so we'll find out if he's going to drop and come back or if he's keeping the hook. A lot of times they're going to keep it. These trucks have no water in them. A lot of them got billet blocks. They get a lot of heat, and they won't run them again. We'll find out here what the officials say. Up next will be Joe Wiltsey, the Relentless Ford out of Maple Park, Illinois. Okay, word trackside is they're going to reweight the sled here. They're going to reweight the sled, so he'll have to come back. Sled reset. They're just afraid that, if we don't have a rough pass like that, that we're going to be out there a long ways. So they're going to reset the sled and tighten it up. And that's a tough break for Ryan. And he had that. He was test hook last weekend, last Friday night in Mackville, in fact. He was test hooked, dropped, had to drop as they reset the sled and come back. He actually won the class twice. He went 375 the first time, and the second time come back and went right out there last class and won it. So we're going to reset it, and that'll bring up Ben Abbey with indecisive. So he'll be the new test puller in this 7,800-pound class. And I'm going to do a little something different for you fans too. So I wasn't scheduled to announce here today, but I was here going to pull trucks, my brother's truck, the out-of-hand Chevy. So we need a little help, so I jumped up here to announce, and I got the cordless starting line, and I'll be pulling in this class. So there'll be a little short break in between as I'm about halfway through the class. My brother's got two trucks, so he's kind enough to let me drive his Chevy truck, white Chevy. I drove it 3 times now, and very fortunate enough to drive a bunch of different trucks and tractors here, or truck and tractors here at Badger State, as I've driven super farms before, and been very fortunate. The pullers here, it's one big family, let us do that, and not very often do you get to be an announcer and you get to drive, but I've been pulling since I was a kid, so I've been around the pulling world since I was 5, and I'm now 50, so but pulled garden tractors and modified mini rods over the years, and been around Badger. Driving-wise is not new to me, but driving a truck is, and we've had a lot of fun so far. I was 4th last Friday night in Mackville, second time I drove it, and I ended up winning. Got the Lucky Dog Award Saturday night, but I hope I don't jinx myself now here. So, but we had a lot of fun, and that's what this is all about. Great class of trucks, great class of competitors. It'll be a lot of fun. They've been sharing the winning, too, because Ryan's got a win. Joe Wiltsey's got a win with Relentless. He had a win up in Sauk with his Ford truck. So it gets passed around. A lot of tough competitors in the Pro Stock diesel trucks. Okay, it looks like they're dropping another block in the iron anchor. Each block weighs about 2,000 pounds. So I'm sure the Badger State officials were like, we want to take X number of feet out. So they come down here. Jason and the boys here add a little weight. I don't know if they changed the trip or they changed the other part of the sled here. But so the weight transfer you see down here, the weight pan in the back stays up. And as the weight box travels down the rails, they'll hit 2 trips. The first trip will drop the rear of the pan and it'll start dragging on the ground as the box is going up. And the last trip pushes the box in the ground. So you fans down at the finish line down there will see the back of the sled up and the rear wheel is still spinning as all the weight is transferred on the sled. Also, in the gearbox in this one here, they got about 16 different gear ratios. So that'll make the sled, the box on the sled move the rails faster or slower, depending on what he wants to do. And also by moving the trips, it changes how it acts as well. They can actually tighten the sled up by moving the trips. The first trip, if you set it sooner, will start dragging, get some more friction. And then the last trip, if you set that sooner, it'll put more weight in the pan sooner. On the bottom of the pan are Grouser bars. They're shaped kind of like a chevron shape underneath. They're about 2 inches thick. That are bars in the back there. And it collects the dirt through there is what it does. And it binds it up. It binds the dirt up, and with the weight transferred on it, it basically cuts the pan right into the ground. And you see on the other end down there when they grade it, and you actually see where the Grouser bars start hitting before we grade the track of when that pan is starting to drop. Fans, that rough ride that Ryan Diedolf had, there's a chain that goes on the pan here, right up front. It hooks to the front of the pan to the bottom of the sled on the frame rails there, so when he picks it up, it carries the pan back with him, and that violent run broke that chain. So they're putting a new chain on it. Once they get the new chain on it, we'll be ready to get back underway. The good folks at Islamic Equipment Implement, helping us out year after year. Also Mac Trailers, the PPL Circuit, Hot Shot Secret, Didion Milling. Some of the great sponsors that help us out year after year with Badger State. Again, if you want to watch Full Pull Live, you can. FullPullLive.com, and you can see the lineup. You can see live results. The leaderboard is on there, so, or even if you're at home. And if you want, at home, you can live stream every poll. This poll is being live streamed as we're here. So if you can't make the event, you can live stream it at home and see. ProPulling.tv, I think we're on a YouTube as well. And every Monday night, we have a podcast with the Badger State Tractor Pullers. The president, Greg Elsing, myself, and other competitors will be on every Monday night at 7 o'clock. We recap the pulls, bring on special guests. Some pullers come on. We do some shop tours in the wintertime where we check out the competitors and see what they do for a living, see their shop, see their whole operation. It's a lot. We're still working at the sled here. They're getting a chain on it, so we'll be ready to go here in just a minute. A minute or two. Oh. All right, we're underway. Ben Abbey going to be the new test puller in the trucks. We reset the sled, and they got the chain fix. So, a quick little fix here. We'll be underway. So he'll be the new test puller. The new truck for Ben. This truck here has been the past points champion with Badger State a couple times, and he's now the third owner of this truck and calls it indecisive. That's the pass we're looking for. That's what we want to see. All right, fans, you folks here, we got a little trouble with parking. So behind the grandstands there, people are parking 3 deep, and they're going to block a bunch of people in. So if you're one of them that just parked 3 deep, you need to go move your vehicle, please. Because you definitely don't want me hear me talking about license plates and moving your cars all night. And I understand we're all trying to get in here and watch the show, but we got a little common sense with it. Make sure we park so we let others in and out. So if you're one of them that parked 3 deep, please move your vehicle. All right, Ben Abbey. Indecisive Dodge goes 349.946. Still up a long ways, 349.946. That'll bring up Joe Wiltsey with the relentless Ford. Relentless Joe Wiltsey coming at you. Maple Park, Illinois. Stop, service, repair, horsepower underneath the hood. Beautiful looking 95, 96 F350. Little sticker on it says Maple Park Mafia. I don't know if I'll question that or not. Relentless Joe Wiltsey, ready to go to work? Joe Wiltsey, relentless. Having a nice hole shot. Nice run. I don't know if he's close enough to get to Ben Abbey or not. The leader is 3:49 and change. As the distance comes in for Joe Wiltsey, 3:42.700. 3:42.700. We'll be seeing the Rock Diesel truck at the end of the class as they get that truck cooled down. Up next, out of Dane, Wisconsin, with his Dodge truck called the Farmer's Nightmare, Jared Ripp. Jared Ripp comes out with the Farmer's Nightmare Dodge. Gonna go by the 49 and change of Ben. Now, like Ben is you gotta watch these guys all the time. Tight, ready to go the Farmer's Nightmare, Jared Ripp. Get the distance here for Jared Ripp. Going to be 340.88 for Jared Ripp. 340.888. Up next is Trent Powell with a ranch hand. Dodge will be Sean Pooler endgame, and then myself. So once Trent gets up here, I'm going to walk back and jump in the truck. There'll be a little bit of a gap. You can check out this on the end, and when I jump back up, I'll be right back with you guys. So good luck. Trent Powell coming up here, the ranch hand. Leading distance, 3:49 and change, held by Ben Abbey. Indecisive Truck hold the lead. I'm back. Oh boy. How did I do? Did I do any good? Yeah, kinda, sorta. No? Not really. I'm in last. Sixth.
What's your number one announcer?
A tricky track, that is for sure. And it has taken horsepower like you wouldn't believe. I tried leaving the starting line like I did the last few times, and it didn't want to go. So we had to give her some more RPM to make her go the second time. We got her to go, but it's not broke, so that's a good day. But 317.85. Sean Pooler's at 331. And Trent Powell's at 335. Josh Stahl having a good pass. Thicker than blood. Out of Sandwich, Illinois. The last pass he made, he exploded the turbo in exciting fashion out to Mackville. But he got it all put back together this week. And he goes 338.282. 338.282. All right, leading distance, 349 and change. Ben Abbey, indecisive. Relentless sitting in the second spot at 342. Farmer's Nightmare sitting in the third spot thus far at 340. Up next, looks like the Rumor. Cole Faber, Alamoy, Illinois. 4 trucks to go. Finish out our Pro Stock diesel truck class. The Rumor coming out. I hear the band. Hair is the name of the band. They're getting things tuned up, ready to go when we're done. Next pull will be July 8th in Jefferson at the Jefferson County Fair. And the 10th will be in Baraboo at the Sauk County Fair. Next couple events for Badger State. Right now, Cole Faber, the Rumor. Cole Faber, Lemoyne, Illinois. Again, we want to thank Hennessy Implement out of Dodgeville, Monroe. Nutrien out of Janesville. Kwame Insurance out of Columbus. 335.41. 335.41. We need a toe off. We need a toe off, please. Three to go, and then we'll be moving into our 466 hot farm class. We'll finish out the night tonight with our 9,300-pound super farms. Ben Abbey sweating it out down there because he's got the lead at 3:49. He had a beautiful pass. I tried down the center and off to the right there to see if there was a little something there, but I guess my premonitions weren't as good as I thought. But getting it off the line, definitely tricky, as this track has taken a lot of horsepower, a lot of power. The Migraine Chevrolet. Where's the true Chevrolet fans that still love Duramaxes? Where are they at? They here? This truck has a Duramax in it yet. All billet Duramax. Brand new motor underneath the hood of this truck. They've been fighting a couple gremlins with it. And I think they got a few of them figured out. So we'll see what they got tonight with the Migraine. Trent Van Huysen, Stockton, Illinois, 2002 Chevy truck called the Migraine. Let's see what he's got with the Duramax here tonight. Let's wish him well. They made a pass, and that's what they're looking for. A to B pass. They got the truck to run. Brand new millhouse underneath the hood. They've been working with this truck a couple of years, get this thing back out and running. A little bit on the tall side for the gear. And the V8s, you want to keep them definitely way upstairs in the RPM range. Well, he pulls it off. Let's give him a round of applause. Trent Van Huysen, the migraine, goes 281.548. 281.548. Up next, out of Stoughton, Wisconsin, was 2022 F350 truck called Out of Patience. Greg Strandley behind the wheel. Zach and Kate Dixon. If you could go down to our Badger State Ranger, please. Zach and Kate Dixon. The out of Patience Ford, out of Stoughton, Greg Strandley. He moved the sled way over to the right-hand side. You try a total new line with this 2022 Ford. Okay, a little girl named Jovine is at about the 100-foot line, and somehow her parents, she lost her parents. She's been with them the whole time, but now they're gone, and she wants them back. So if you're Jovine's mom and dad, she's looking for you. Here we go, mark to beat, 349 and change. Out of Patience, Greg Strandley. Diesel Ford, out of Patience, Greg Strandley taking the right side, moving the sled all the way over the right hand side of the track, trying a new line. .536, 329.536 for the out of Patience Ford. One more to go. Ryan Dedolf, who had that first test pass that was so violent with the Rock Diesel Chevy. He's getting her cooled down, and he's getting ready to hook up to this sled again. More to go. One more bullet to dodge for Ben Abbey. He's been walking around, pacing down there the whole time after laying down that first pass, hoping it would stick. And so far it has. But this bullet that's ready to line up is pretty tough as well. One more to go. So worst he's going to be is in second. But we'll see what happens here. All right, so they got Ryan Diedolf up there. They get him pulled up close. Like I said, this truck is already hot. They already made one big long run, and they reset the sled. So you got to put another pass on it. So they're over here with leaf blowers and everything they could to get it cooled off. And now he's going to bring it up to the line one more time for us. I'll round out this Pro Stock diesel trucks. And this is a tough Shopiere track to tame, that's for sure. It is taking horsepower big time. Okay, bring them up, they say. Officials say bring them up. So he moved the sled left of center now. That's where he went. They kind of get to see the whole works there as he got the body up on it. Sure makes it a lot easier to work on, that's for sure. So he sits a little cocoon over there off to the left-hand side. Look at it fired up. He'll lower the body down. And he told me that the rear body mounts of the body broke on that run. And it broke the chain on the sled awful hard in the drive line of this truck. Cummins power underneath the hood of the Rock Diesel Chevrolet. Like I said, you got some work you need done on your truck, head over to Milton, or your car. ATS also has ATS, automatic transmission service, in Milton. So he moved it over from last time. Last time he was pretty much right dead center. Now he's left of center. I'm thinking he's probably going to try to follow that left of center all the way down. Not lined up square like he wanted to be. Pull back.
Because it felt like every year was like 95 degrees.
Oh, Hair's over there sound checking. Be a good band. Little Big Hair music. The 80s, 90s coming up. Here we go. Rock Diesel, Ryan Diedolf, Chevrolet. And his right rear tire was flat right from the get-go. That tire was flat. He must have hurt it on the run there, the first run, but that tire is right down to the rim as he's pulling down the track. A rough night for Ryan Diedolf. Let's give him a hand. Try and stay in the points and put a good run on, and that's hard when you do almost back-to-back runs. Like I said, there's no antifreeze or no coolant in these trucks, and to get them that hot and try and run it again, and clearly that tire must have come off the bead on the first run, and they didn't know it. There's really not a lot of weight on the back of these trucks. It's all in the front. But that tire was flat the whole way down. 284.268 for Ryan.
Now it's on fire.
Oh, now we got a fire. His right rear tire was flat right from the get. Probably oil there. A little bit of oil up on top there, getting on the header probably. This poor guy's had enough for tonight. Let's give him a good warm welcome to Shopiere, huh? Yikes. All right, your rundown for Pro Stock Diesel Trucks. 11th place going to be Trent Van Huysen with the Migraine. 10th going to be the Rock Diesel Ryan Diedolf. 9th will be me with the Out of Hand. 8th, Greg Strandley with Out of Patience. 7th going to be Sean Puller Endgame. 6th, Trent Powell Wrench Hand. 5th place, Colt Faber, the Rumor. 4th, Josh Stahl, Thickered Blood. 3rd place, Jared Ripp, Farmer's Nightmare. Joe Wiltsey in number 2 with Relentless. Your winner, the first win for Ben Abbey, the indecisive truck. Let's give him a hand. All right, fans, 466 Hot Farms be coming to the line as we reset the sled. 9,500-pound Hot Farms coming. 466 cubic inch. Let's run a stock block head, intake and exhaust on them. 3-inch charger inlet and outlet. And there is no intercooler on board of these. They run the 28.8 by 38 tires. You can run double cuts. 19 Hot Farms on the docket for tonight. 19. That's a solid class of Hot Farms with us.
Too many.
This class here right around the 1,600 horse mark. Open RPM, so unlike the Pro Farms that run 3,000, these are open RPM. So these guys here will be right around the 5,000 mark when they come out of the hole. Test hook. Going to be the Meyer boys. Cole Meyer doing the driving tonight. Adam Monroe with the 1466. Called the 466 Express. Forgot the popcorn up here. Here we go. Cole Meyer, 466 Express. driving Papa John's tractor. This was his grandpa's tractor. Run for years. And we lost Papa John a few years ago to cancer. And since then, with the family, the boys have been running it. They've been doing a good job with it, too. Real good job with it. Now I think the boys themselves own the tractor on their own now, so it is solely theirs. As they bought it from Grandma Ursula. Final grooming done here in the track. And let's set sail. Cole Meyer. The 466 Express. Colmeyer, test pull, hot fun. Down Broadway, dead center. Nice hook. See if he's going to keep that and if they like the sled setting. All right, up next here is the dozing through. Pat Holmes out of Savannah, Illinois. 335.200 is the 466 Express. I believe he kept it, and we are underway. Boy, oh boy, he dragging it out there for all it was worth. Last 10, 15 feet, dragging that iron anchor. Good pass for Pat Holmes with dozing through as you get him his distance. $344.874 for dozing through. 344.874. Up next will be Steve Outhouse out of Sublette, Illinois with his John Deere 4450. Outhouse coming out of Sublette, Illinois. John Deere 4450. Dozing through, laying down the new leading distance at 344 and change. Really going to set the mark here for this class. 19 hot farms here tonight in Shopiere. Run it till the power went right out. Steve Outhouse, all it was worth. The John Deere, as the sun sets here in Shopiere, this track's going to change, even for the better. Because the moisture they've been putting on top and the moisture that's deep down in is going to come right up through. And that track's going to get stickier and stickier. $315.506. 315.506. Up next, Sean Struder out of Waterford with the Ford 8630, the Blue Viper. the Blue Viper, Sean Struder. Out of Waterford, 8630. I think he reached down in the gearbox and grabbed himself a little bit of a lower gear than the other folks in here. So he kept the RPM up and spun it out. The end of that run. .572 puts him in third thus far. That'll bring up just fueling around Case IH out of Milton, Mike Loofborough. Just fueling around coming out. And happy birthday, birthday boy. Mike Loofborough's birthday today here, celebrating it in Shopiere. Yeah, didn't tell all of his friends, but I did for him. Now he don't even know, he's got the helmet on. Yeah. Him and his dad enjoying the 466 hot farm classes. His dad will be out here later in the class. Well, this is the first tractor that they built. Originally, they were running out of Loofborough Camp. And then they built the second one, still fueling around, which we'll see Warren driving here pretty soon. Here we go, the birthday boy, Mike Loofborough, just fueling around. He had plenty of power left over. Kind of a bounce there towards the end of that run as he wasn't staying quite hooked in to the track here at Shopiere. .324.78. 324.784 for just fueling around. Up next will be Ryan Litherland out of Sheffield, Illinois, with his John Deere called Standard Edition. And it's the first time I've seen him around with Badger State. It's always nice. Get some new competitors in. What a beautiful afternoon and evening here in Shopiere for a pull. Couldn't ask for better weather. It's not 110 degrees and super humid. It's just a nice, cool Wisconsin summer night. Beautiful looking John Deere with the Wheatland fenders on the back of it. Didn't quite get the story of these guys yet, if they pull with ISP or something down south, or what their history is. Ryan Litherland, Sheffield, Illinois. Standard Edition is ready to go to work. Your leader is still dozing through. Pat Holmes at 344 in change. Second spot looking down through is Cole Meyer. The third is Blue Viper thus far. He got every last inch out of that. Running right till the fire went out. And that's hard on them. You get all that heat built up in that cylinder and cylinder head when they run them right out of power like that. That's hard on them. You get it fired back up again. Well, he's got his helmet off. Fans, let's give him a good warm welcome to the Badger State. .256. 314.256. Next competitor is going to be Lane Meyer out of Monroe, driving the Casual Encounter. I know it was one of Meyer boys. I'd look down and make sure who was driving it. So he's got Brandon Bodenstein's tractor, and for whatever reason, they couldn't make it. So Cole said, well, we'll take it. We'll run it. Well, of course they will. So Lane's going to be doing the driving of that. Oh, that's true. Yeah, Bodenstein's, they had a bunch of tornado damage over there and took down a couple buildings, and yeah, they had some storage buildings, rental storage buildings that were wiped out. So they got quite a bit of damage. Maybe that's what they're working on today yet. Lane Meyer getting the chain tight. The Casual Encounter, the Bodenstein's tractor. Well, one final lap here with the track crew. Here we go. Lane Meyer, the casual encounter. This Shopiere track is definitely catching these guys by surprise. The end of that run, definitely taking power. Little iron anchor laying a weight to him right at the end. .668. 325.668 for Lane Meyer. That'll bring up Eric Wettenkamp with the Steel Bull. 1466 out of Manitowoc, Wisconsin. We'd like to thank the great sponsors that help out here down in Shopiere. The Morse Group, Shopiere Tap and Shopiere Soda Shop. Jake's Electric, Tees Tree Service, River's Edge Saloon and The Quarry. Next Generation Construction, Aaron's Land Care. Dayton Bennett Photography. Also, Big Radio for helping out. Gilbank Construction, Lubke's Tubes and Hoses, Scott Durr Memorial Open, TIA Transport, Yon Limestone, Dewey's Towing and Recovery, Frank Sill and Sons Excavating, James Churchill and Sons Trucking, L&C Automotive, Mary Gilbank Peterson and Mary Walter with Shore West, Prairie Avenue Sand and Gravel, Rockford Electric Motor LLC, Stuck Industries LLC, the DeLong Company Incorporated, and John's Excavating for helping out here at Shopiere. Also, special thanks to Tim O'Grady. Did a great job with our national anthem. The Steel Bull, Eric Wettenkamp, out of Manitowoc. Eric Wettenkamp hanging right in there with RPM. Pretty good hook. A little light on the front end as he was bouncing around pretty high there a little bit. So far, the hot line looks like dead center left so far. Here for the Hot Farms. .324.138 for Eric Wettenkamp. And that'll bring up the Diamond Tier out of DeForest, Wisconsin. John Deere 4255 of Mike Paulson. Well, fans, it don't get any better this nice summer night. Truck and tractor pull. Kids are out back here playing with one another. Beautiful evening here in Wisconsin. The Diamond Deer, Mike Paulson. And he picked a good gear in the gearbox. He had power left over at the end of that pass. A nice run from Mike Paulson and the Diamond Deer. .246 puts him in second, I do believe. As of right now, yes, it does. That's a good pass. A real good pass for the Diamond Deer. He's a winner the last time out with the tractor. So up next, going to be Rich Suter out of Stoughton with his 1466 called Overfueled. And he's a new competitor to the Badger State Tractor Pullers. I believe they operate a dog kennel between Stoughton McFarland, their area. His dad, also Steve Suter, Suter Speed Shop. I still think they hold a record with motorcycle on ice. And drag racing back in the day, the motorcycles was very, very well known. A lot of horsepower in the motorcycles they used to build. They still got a shop. They do work on just about all motorcycles, ATVs and stuff there. So this is a new venture with Badger State with the Hot Farm. They've been pulling some brush stuff in that here last few years, like a Too Hot to Farm class. Sharp looking 66 series. The old black stripe on it for a 76 model. Overfueled, they call it. To the fire went out. That chirp you heard there, it chirped twice as he come off the line as a turbocharger. So what happens is when you build boost and you pull that motor down to a certain RPM where it's not building the boost it should, that turbo will chirp. And a lot of times when they chirp, they'll die. But it chirped and come back to life twice and kept going, which says a lot. 299.52 for Rich Suter. Up next, out of Broadhead with his 1066 International tractor called the Hustlin' Harvester, none other than Rod Haugen. Rod Haugen, the Hustlin' Harvester.
I know, it's pretty bad.
Welcome Rod Haugen, everybody. Look at his tires. He's got a single cut tire on there. You don't run the double cuts. And he grabbed a gear lower down in the gearbox, kept that RPM up, and all the wheel speed he needed. So he had to go by, 344 and change, and that he did. 350.862. New leader in Hot Farm, Rod Haugen. Up next, out of Darlington, going to be Ashley McDonald with her Case IH called Still Broke. All right, get your 50-50 raffle tickets out, and where they're selling the shirts over there is where you're going to redeem your prize. So I'm going to call this out a couple times here for you. 079-6233. 079-6233. One more time, so get your tickets out. 079-6233. And right where they're selling the t-shirts is where you can collect your prize for the 50-50. Ashley McDonald coming out with the Still Broke Hot Farm. All right, where's all the ladies here tonight again? Let's get together and cheer Ashley on. Come on, gals, let's hear it. Oh, come on, girls. The guys can do better than that. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Let's hear it. There we go. Ashley McDonald, Still Broke. Nice pass. That was a nice pass for Ashley. Yep, just so you know, she just graduated high school. So when everybody asked her, so what are you going to do for the summer before you go to college? I'm going tractor pulling. Nothing wrong with that at all, yeah. Lucky gal. 339.792. Let's shake the order up. You're right up in there. Good for fourth. Up next, going to be the True Blue New Holland. T7 210 on Monroe, Craig Whitaker. Ashley's tractor started out as a limited pro stock. It was put together, the body and stuff was put together here in Edgerton at K&K Specialties, and it went down to Missouri. It was one of the Hart tractors down in Missouri, run down there for quite a while. It got sold, and Jason Schultz owned it, and it was one of the Beer Money pulling team tractors. And the exact twin to that tractor, Ashley's dad has, that he campaigns, which is called Well Spent, and that's still a limited pro stock. So then Jason sold this chassis and everything to the McDonald family, so they put together and changed the tires on the rear of it and made it a hot farm. So Ashley's been running it since. And this gentleman here, Craig Whitaker, did every nut and bolt on this tractor. He put it all together. He's a body man by trade. This is probably like the third tractor I think he's had. He had an International, he had another New Holland, and then now this one. So yeah, this is the third one I think he's built and run with Badger State. Tractor, he come off starting and I kind of danced around a touch and finally got hooked straight and going. And he took that right hand side, trying a little bit different line than everybody else was running over there. 323.710. 323.710 for Craig Whitaker. Up next, out of Milton, this Case IH Puma still fueling around Warren Loughborough. Oh, fireworks firing off already. We want to thank the good folks at Hoganics out of Westchester, PA, Slam Equipment out of Hillsboro, Wisconsin, Ritchie Implement out of Cobb, Barneveld, Darlington, and Lancaster, Lemke Motorsports out of Helenville, Nutrien out of Janesville, Kwame Insurance out of Columbus, Hennessy Implement out of Dodgeville, Monroe, Budweiser out of Sun Prairie, Rank Seed, Sussex Machine Company out of Waterloo, Diddy and Milling out of Cambria, Mosier and Associates Insurance Services out of Monroe, Gallett's Grading out of Jefferson, Compeer Financial, Insight FS out of Jefferson, Wisconsin Custom Operators out of DeForest, K&M Sales and Service out of Hancock, Wisconsin, for donating the 2026 Ranger XP North Star Edition. Warren Loughborough backing up with still fueling around. Close to that sideline, and I think he thought he was going out, so he backed right out of it. And he had a heck of a run going too. He was on the move. He's got his helmet off. Let's give him a round of applause. Warren Loughborough still fueling around. 241.984. 241.984. Up next is Tony Sen out of Fox Lake. It was 966, called the Swiss Miss. And Tony, new to the Badger State Tractor Pullers too. He was at our first hook there, or second hook I should say, at the Children's Benefit Pull. Sharp looking tractor he calls Swiss Miss. Green lights, green flags, here we go. Tony Sen with the Swiss miss. Until the fire went out. Now this track definitely taking horsepower here tonight in Shopiere. The sun's gone down, so the moisture is coming right out as well. So they're taking a few of them by surprise, I think. .176. 310.176. Up next going to be Darren Vanderzand, Ottawa Pond, with his 1466 International. Top three thus far. Rod Haugen sitting out there in number one spot at 350 and change with the Hustlin' Harvester. Pat Holmes dozing through, sitting in a solid second with 344. And Mike Paulson, the Diamond Deer, in the third spot at 341 and change. He's still in the top three. I think we got about 4 to go here to finish our class. 4 tractors to go out of 19 of some of the toughest hot farms in Badger State. Quite the fireworks show we got going off over there. Welcome to Shopiere Days. Darren Vanderzand backing up. Ottawa Pond with his 1466 International. And he went left to center there towards the end of that run. They're really getting a hold of something over there. Might be the hot spot, left to center kind of way it's looking. .736. Good for fifth. Nice run for Darren. 335.736. Up next, the Fair Warning Tractor Case IH out of Darlington. Gonna be Lee Ruff. Lee Ruff, one of the hard chargers of the hot farm class. Been a points champion a few times in this class. Lee Ruff, Dominic Holgroffer, and Adam Adrian, the last three. Lee Ruff, the fair warning out of Darlington. Well, he was moving. Holy smokes. He was moving. Spun it out at the end. Definitely making some horsepower of that tractor. Gonna be shaking the order up with that run. .434. Good for second, I do believe. Yes, sir. 349.434. Changing order of Rod Haugen, still sitting at 350.862 with 2 to go. Dominic Holgroffer coming up out of Iowa with Mama's Money Reloaded. 2 to go in this hot farm class. We'll get into our super farms. Last class of the night. Super farms.
I just noticed it.
.342.676. 342.676 for Dominic Holgroffer with Mama's Money Reloaded. Good for fourth. Good for fourth. One more to go. Adam Adrian, the memory maker, last tractor in the class. And we move to our last class of the night. Super Farms will be the last class coming up. Well, he's in the hunt. Did a little slingshot routine. He rode the clutch out to just about 100-foot mark, I think. Just for the 100-foot mark before he let it all the way out. And got the whole wagon rolling. I think he's trying to do is run a little bit faster gear to get up there the distance, but rode the clutch out to keep the RPM and boost up. Nice pass. Did a good job. Adam Adrian, the memory maker. .832. 340.832 for Adam Adrian. We'll give you the rundown here for the Hot Farms. So 19th, going to be still fueling around. Warren Lufbro having that little wild run there close to the sideline. 18th going to Rich Suter, overfueled. The Swiss Miss of Tony Sen in 17th. Ryan Litherland in 16th with Standard Edition. The John Deere 4450 Steed Althouse in 15th. Craig Whitaker in 14th with True Blue. The Steel Bull, Eric Wettenkamp in 13th. Mike Lufbro, the birthday boy, happy birthday Mike, just fueling around in 12th. Lane Meyer, Casual Encounter in 11th. Sean Schroeder, the Blue Viper in 10th. Kohlmeyer, 466 Express in 9th. 8th going to Darren Van Der Zand. 7th, Ashley McDonald, still broke. 6th to Adam Adrian, the last run here, the memory maker. 5th place, Mike Paulson, the Diamond Deer. Dominic Holgroffer having 4th with Mama's Money Reloaded. In the top 3 goes Such. 3rd place, Pat Holmes, dozing through. 2nd place, going to Lee Ruff with Fair Warning. Your winner here tonight in the Hot Farm class going to be Rod Haugen, the Hustlin' Harvester. Let's give him a hand. Oh, Hot Rod Haugen. All right, we relaying the Iron Anchor here for the Super Farm. 11 Super Farms here tonight. 9,300 pounds is what they're weighing in at. All egg chassis all the way through. 640 cubic inch, 3-inch inlet, 3-inch outlet and a turbocharger. They can run a slotted charger and they can run intercooler in this class. 20-inch hitch height in them, and they make right around the 1,800 horse mark. So our test puller tonight is going to be Sean Boyd, driving the all cranked up tractor. So he will be the test puller in Super Farm, 11 Super Farms. So it'll be Sean Boyd, Brandon Block, and Carl Kahn, the first 3 in the class. The Vinny tractor, Jason Vinny owns this tractor. See Donnie Vinny out there helping back it in. This tractor has been a points champ 2, not 3 times with Badger State. I think this is the first time Sean Boyd is driving it. Good, strong tractor. Start out Super Farm. Test puller. So he'll have the option to drop and come back if he so chooses. Here we go. Nice pass for Mr. Boyd. All cranked up. International 89-40. Find out from our officials. They like the sled setting if he's keeping it. All right, we're good to go all the way around. 316.984 for Sean Boyd. 316.984. Up next going to be Brandon Block out of Pearl City, Illinois, driving the John Deere American Chaos. This tractor a couple years ago was in the hunt for the points as they're trading it back and forth. Actually, between Vinny's tractor and this one, we're trading it back and forth. Brandon Block doing the driving American Chaos. This tractor resides down the Blackburns in Shullsburg. And Brandon works for them and helps them out building, pulling tractors, engines. And they built this one here. The owner is from California. They have this. They have a Pro Stock and a Pro Stock diesel truck now. And they all reside here, and they come back and forth and run them. And if they're not here to run it, then Brandon will run it, or Josh Blackburn will run it. Good running super farm. Brandon Block, ready to go to work? Let's watch him go. Block right down the center. You see Sean Boyd went left of center. But man, that one breathing pretty good at the end of that run there. So that smoke coming out from the bottom is blow by. And nights like tonight, you'll get a little bit of that coming out. You see it more as you got a cooler night with moisture. It's when they really start pouring out the bottom that you can't see anything. You know you got some bearing problems or burnt piston. But that one there just built up crankcase pressure the end of the run. .654 for the American Chaos. 311.654. Up next, the Viagra King, the case out of Heartland, Wisconsin, Carl Kahn. And I told you early on today when he was out there helping the Cruising Confusion, if anybody going to build a case, this is the godfather of case tractors, that'd be the guy. That is the guy right there, Carl Kahn. He ran pro stock for many, many years and ended up just catastrophically hurting it. And that's kind of about the point in time that pro stocks went to component chassis. So then he started building a component chassis. And I think he has component chassis about done. Still got stuff in the works. And he works on a lot of other tractors and such. And him and Jeff Griswold, and I don't know who's all totally involved with this one, but Jeff Griswold is and Carl is. This tractor here is one of their best friends, Wally Weezy. And Wally Weezy was the Badger State tractor puller for a long time. In fact, he meant so much to Badger State. There's a Wally Weezy Sportsmanship Award handed out at our banquet every year. And Carl and Jeff decided, you know, keep his memory alive. We're going to keep that tractor going and keep it pulling Badger State and in Super Farm, and they have. And it looks the same as what Wally had it. It runs quite a bit better from when Wally had it. They won a points championship with it. They've done good with this tractor. Very good. And they've done right by their best friend, Wally Weezy, most of all. And it's called the Viagra King, and on the side panels it says, one stiff competitor. Let's watch Carl Kahn get after it. Authority, plenty of power left over at the end of that pass. We'll see what his distance is. $313.246 for Carl Kahn. $313.246. Up next, out of Middleton, Wisconsin. Hooked up tractor, Brian Barman. And Brian Barman coming out here running with us tonight. He been running the national circuit here with the Pro Pulling League the last, 5-6 years, I guess. Won the points championship here. Been running the high stakes, the Fent High Stakes Series. And he's got a win out on the High Stakes Series too. So some big time pulling going on in the High Stakes Series. There's 5 events across the nation. It's a 2-event weekend, so when you go to one of the High Stakes Series events, it's 2 nights that they run. To enter is $10,000 to enter. And if you get last place in your class all year, you will at least get your $10,000 back and then some. For instance, the other night it was $15,500 to win Super Farm. It's just wild how things are going nowadays, and could be something for the future in pulling all over. So it's kind of a new event, new era going on, and I guess we'll see where it takes us in the pulling world. But anyway, Brian Barman hooked up, past points champ with us. Him and his dad used to campaign the tractor together. Got to see his dad here tonight. It's good to see him. Ain't seen him in a while. So here we go, the Hooked Up International. Out of Middleton, Brian Barman. $322.214 for Brian Barman, your new leader. He trucked it right on out there. 322.214. Did I?
Batteries, they've been. I can switch back to the.
Yep.
Test.
He said with the clutch pedal. Check test. Check, test, 1, 2. Check, test, 1, 2, check. Check, test. And go, he said with the clutch pedal. That only is one chord.
Yeah, it's only one chord.
Check, test, 1, 2, check, test. Check, test, check. Check, test, 1, 2. Check test. 1, 2. Check test.
I heard it.
Check test. 1, 2. Well, for the live stream, it's working out for us, but for our regular announcing here, it's not working out for us here at the pool. So 322 and change hooked up is your leader. The fat bottom girl there had a wild ride at 308.048. And the Poltergeist at 301.910. Up next will be the Gold Rush of Dan Castenson out of Union Grove with his Minneapolis Moline. Dan Castenson with the Minneapolis Moline G1000 Gold Rush. Went 314.218. Up next will be a Robert Cordes out of Burlington, Wisconsin with his Ford 8730, the Blue Collar Dollar. Next competitor in Super Farm. Check test.
Oh, I'm getting better.
Check test. 1, 2. Check test. Oh, we got a little something. Now it's gone again. Okay, Robert Cordes. Blue Collar Dollar. Nice pass, took the left-hand side of the track. A good run with the old blue-collar dollar. The distance, 309.434. 309.434 for the blue-collar dollar, Robert Cordes. Up next, it's going to be Jay Smithback out of Utica, Wisconsin, with the bleeding green 7810 John Deere. Blue-collar dollar goes 309.434, good for 6th. The bleeding green 7810 John Deere, a Jay Smithback. Son of a Hitch is coming up here.
I'm getting
Mike Jelly doing the driving here of Son of a Hitch out of New Glarus. Your leader so far, it's hooked up, Brian Barman, 322 and change. I'd be taking a look at the injection pump or something with the fuel of that one. It's like it run out of fuel. Something going on with it. Tough break for the Jellies with Son of a Hitch. $227.494 for Son of a Hitch. $227.494. We got 2 tractors left. Looks like we might have the bleeding green fired up now, as he was supposed to be before Mike Jelly. So it's got it running down there. We'll see what Jay Smithback has. There's 2 left. Here's Super Farm and Shopiere Days. Green 7810 Super Farm out of Utica, Wisconsin. And speaking of Utica, we're just about 5 weeks away, I think, from Utica Fest. The summer is blowing by rather fast. I think this is our 6th event of the season already at Badger State. All right, here we go. Jay Smith back, bleeding green. Leading distance thus far hooked up. Brian Barman sitting out at 3:22.214. Jay hanging the right side of the track. Here's Shopiere. Nice run. Good pass. I don't know if quite going to be good enough to get the lead. Let's see as the distance comes in. 306.142. 306.142. One more, last one to go for Super Farm. Finish out the night here at Shopiere Days, Shopiere, Wisconsin. Beautiful track here this evening, great event. Mark this one on your calendar to come watch for next year if you're watching over our live stream. Mitch Berg out of Argyle with his John Deere 6210R Disorderly Deer. Will be the last competitor of Super Farm, the last competitor of the night. Mitch Berg out of Argyle, John Deere 6210R. Disorderly Deer, last one in the class. Good run for Mitch Berg, Disorderly Deer. 315.512 for Mitch Berg. 315.512. We'll get you the final rundown of our Super Farm class here before we call it a night. Eleventh going to be give the rundown here for Super Farm as we get it all together. 11 Super Farms running with us here tonight. All right, the rundown goes as such. Mike Jelly, son of a hitch, in 11th. Not having such a good night, running out of fuel, something with an injection pump maybe. 10th going to be Josh Stuck, the Poltergeist. 9th place going to be Jay Smith back with the Bleeding Green. 8th going to Michael Baker with the Fat Bottom Girl. 7th going to Robert Cordes, Blue Collar Dollar. American Chaos, Brandon Block in 6th. 5th going to Carl Kahn, the Viagra King. Gold Rush, Dan Cassinson in the 4th spot. 3rd is going to be Mitch Berg, the Disorderly Deer. 2nd place to Sean Boyd, all cranked up. And number 1 here tonight, Brian Barman with the Hooked Up Super Farm. So that is your rundown for Super Farm tonight. All you fans watching live stream, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next. I believe is the Jefferson County Fair, July 8th. So good night, everyone.